Okay. Hello. Uh, 1 second. Get this here. And then grab that. And boing. Alright. Cool. So. What are we up to? We've got only a few little bits left to do on this night. Let's get this in focus just so that we can lay out what our plans will be. It's essentially, we've got the leg armor. And this piece. I think this is everything that's left on the night. I think that's it. And then it'll just be assembling it and doing final touch-ups and that sort of thing. So we are, honestly, I think pretty close. Just gonna set up my my chair at the right height. Hey Francois, how we going? Okay, so I'm just wondering, what do we want to do? Do we want to do anything special for these legs, or keep them relatively simple? I guess at least for these upper panels, we can probably keep them relatively simple. Just do a red-blue break of them, or red-blue split. And then for the bigger ones, we could maybe do something a little bit cooler. There's Calidor Sky. Red. You're not happy you got your armor cast titans in the mail today, and guess what they're not? Ah, I see. That's unfortunate. So, when you say armor cast, is this just like someone has? Is it just a third-party print of a Titan? Is it someone's made a mold of a Titan and then printed it, or? Or is that, at least supposedly, is that what they're meant to be? Seen the new Blood Angel Terminators that you bricked up right now? I have not. 1 second. I'll look at these before we open any paints. Warhammer. Let's go Blood Angel Terminator. Blood Angels Terminator Assault Squad. I see. They do look quite nice. When were these revealed? it's an original Titan? Oh, okay. Okay, so I reckon, at least for this, let's just start off by doing our... Hang on, somehow I've already gotten paint on my hands. I think when I closed the lid on this paint pot, it just shot wet paint everywhere. Oh my god, there's a lot more than I thought there was. Yeah, already made an absolute mess. Jeez. Okay. So I reckon what we'll do, we'll start by coating these in our Calidor sky, and then we might see if we can do some tiny little details on them. That might be fun. They're made with dental plaster, not resin. They rock hard. Right. Is that good or bad? Do you want them to be super, or does that make them brittle or no? I imagine it's probably not good. Let's just get the focus back where we want it. Here we are. Gonna dip half in red, half in blue, glue it all together and start the next night. True. That would definitely be an easy way to go about it. Okay, hang on. I'm definitely not going to have a good time with the way I've got my, like at this angle that I'm working at. I'm gonna need to adjust this in a second. trying to spend good money on some real antiques, not some recast, and certainly not recasts in 50% scale. Oh, it's not even the right size. Right. And it sucks to work with the model, but it's immediately identifiable as real or not. I see, okay. That is quite frustrating. Crazy that it's not even the right size. Yeah, you need to get the focus back, because I've just changed to a more comfortable angle. There we are, that's good. Just wondering how we want to do this. If I want to go fully blue on these, I think maybe fully blue on the panels will be good, and then we can adjust from there. At least for the little panels. It's still a predominantly blue scheme that we're going with. Now I can do the divide between the two blues, like what I had up higher. So yeah, let's do that. So it was Calidor Sky and Thousand Suns Blue that we were splitting between. What does this room smell like? Cheese when you're not cooking cheese? What do you... Brother, well, I don't know why you're asking me. I don't know what's going on in that room. I don't know why it's smelling like cheese. Yeah, I think this will be good. I'll need another coat of the Thousand Suns Blue to smooth that out because it's a little bit thin and so there's a bit of streakiness there. But I think that's going to be good. Steaming vegetables and it smells like nacho cheese. You've done a thorough search for cheese and there's none present. It's disorienting as hell. I'm concerned about those vegetables if they're smelling like nacho cheese. I would be hesitant to eat them. Either that or you're having a stroke. Steamed veggies are gross, always smells like rotting funk. I reckon it's mainly when you're steaming broccoli. I don't know what it is with broccoli. Every time I steam that shit, it just smells foul. And never not have it release that sulfuric smell. Vegetables are frozen. You've had some before, so it's most likely a stroke, right? As long as we know the cause, that's all good. There's a gene that makes you able to sense the bitters in broccoli. If you get it from both parents, you generally hate it. Oh, okay. I was not aware of that. The more you know. It's kind of like having the gene which makes you hate coriander. The shit coriander gene. That makes it taste like soap. Sorry, not coriander. Cilantro. Realized I needed to translate that one. Steam most veggies before you stir fry them because you can't afford to turn on the jet engine every time. I see. And I'm still painting the knight. I bought 7 more. Look, Silver. I'm working on it, buddy. We're getting there. We're actually getting close. Like, it's only a few more panels and then touch-ups, and we're chilling. We're actually close. You know what coriander is from watching Gordon Ramsay's cooking instruction? Actually call the seed coriander seed over here. Okay, wait, so you call the herb cilantro, but the seed coriander seed? Am I getting this right? Should crack open a bottle when when it's complete. Maybe. We will see. Perhaps that would be a nice way to celebrate it. We go and get some alcohol, and then we celebrate by building another night. Hey, what's up, Foxhole? No, it's slightly out of focus. Whoops. It's hard with this this little part here because it's like getting the getting it in focus. It's such a short sort of space. I've got about maybe 3 centimeters worth of zone where it's actually in focus. So if I'm not paying attention, I'll just accidentally drift out of it. Man, Calidor Sky is such a nice blue to work with. It's just so clean. Love it. Okay. So that's the blues for these leg panels done. I reckon what we'll do is we'll do our metallics for them, and then I might come back through and just do a couple of tiny details on them in red. We'll see. There's a short if you finish night on there. Do you mean on your channel there, Francois? I'm gonna go and have a look. At least on your channel, it looks like I can only see community posts. On your new channel, that is. Oh, I see, okay. Over on Foxhole. Oh, okay. Are you Foxhole, Francois? Or is Foxhole a different person again? I'm confused. You are, okay. It's on there. I've got, there's shorts of the Contemptor Trend. Oh, the Castigator. That is very nice looking. Holy shit. Man. Man, that could not be me. I really like the shield on the right arm with the chessboard. Very cool. Yeah, that's awesome. Wow. Would not be me making something like that. Hello, mate. Howdy. How's the night going? We're getting there, Panzer. We're actually not far off now. I know I've said this many times before. How is it still not done? Look, we're close. We're close. These are the only bits left to do now. It's this, and then it's touch-ups. Like, we're actually making good progress now. Hasn't it been months since I got it? It has been. It's been a very long time. Since I'm not done with my night, I need to give you a sub. I mean, that is bulletproof logic right there. I can't say no to that. Yeah, hey Technic. Ooh, I might have thinned this down a bit much. Ugh, not good. Look at that. Ugh, way too thin. You know it's bad when the paint starts parting on itself. I see the new night detachment kind of sucks unless you like AdMech. Like you lose feel no pain. I know nothing about the tabletop rules, so I cannot speak at all to the mechanics. You gotta buy a combat patrol of AdMech. Look, I mean, I was going to like if I were to get another human faction, it would be Admech. But I'm not going to get another human faction, at least for a very, very long time. Been printing some minis to see if you'd like painting said army. So far you've painted a Custodes Alaris. I am not gonna lie, I've been I've been continuing my battle against myself to convince myself not to get a 3D printer. I'm still on the side of no, it's not worth it. But the thought is still constantly plaguing me. But I swear, YouTube must be in the pocket of big 3D because I keep getting suggested videos on like how to set up supports for your 3D printer and like tips and tricks for 3D printing. It's like I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it. It isn't worth it. Okay, thank you. You're already halfway to paying it off due to friends wanting stuff. I don't think I'd have the heart to sell things to my friends. Like, yeah, I'd be like, man, yeah, I'll print it off for you, buddy. If you pay for the resin, I'll print it off. It's fine. Works out cheaper in the long run, doesn't it? No, it isn't worth it because then GW employees who come to your house at 3 to harass you. GW is like Nintendo. We heard you have some things that look like Space Marines in here. Only buy a 3D printer if you want to learn 3D printing, not because you want easier access to minis. Yeah, of course. Like, I wouldn't get it so that I have easier access to minis. I would get it because then I could 3D print, like, other shit. Wait, have I glued the rest of the body together? No, I haven't. So, right now it's all just kind of partially clicked together / assembled. It's not glued. But that shouldn't be too time consuming when I get to it. Yeah, it's looking nice and smooth. I'm happy with that. Do you know if you don't glue the body to the leg joints, it's very strong, so you can turn and move it? Yeah, but then you wouldn't be able to pick it up by the upper body because the torso would just lift off. It's like, I understand that it sits nicely on the legs, so like you can stand him like that and turn him. But then if you want to pick him up, you'd need to grab him by the legs. So I reckon I'd rather just pose him and just like pick a pose that I like and then glue him. Painting, trim, and panels individually, Mad Lad. Mate, we have been at this for too long. It has been such a bad idea. Oh, that's way too thin. But we have been here forever. For the rest of the Knights Army, I am definitely using the airbrush because holy shit. While this has been a lot of fun, it's so time consuming. Oh, it's still way too thin. There we are, that's a bit better. I mean, would I pick him up often? I'm not sure. But it makes me nervous having part of him loose on there. I'd be scared of bumping him and knocking it over. Yeah. And like if I'm transporting him for like for games, on one hand it might be easier to like take him apart, but on the other hand I'd be worried about like more, like there's more points of failure if it's in separate pieces. That's the way I would think of it. I think that's bad. You've got a whole Nightlands painted by hand. Yeah, you are you are built different to me. You see, I am slow at everything I do and it still doesn't come out that great. You just like pump this shit out. I don't know what it is with everyone in this chat. All of you guys just like paint the most insane shit. I've got an airbrush and I'm painting trim panels individually. Godspeed, the Emperor protects. You respect the self-flagellation. Look, I wanted to try it at least once. I was like, this is going to be a learning experience. It's going to be fun. And, I mean, it's fun. I've learnt stuff. I don't think I need to do it again. It's eating his life insanity. People don't tune in for airbrushing. Yeah, also, yeah, the airbrushing is just when I'm sitting there for hours with the mask on, just going with like the funny voice because it's all muffled and everything. That also eats away at my sanity. I try to avoid airbrushing where I can, because it's fun, but at the same time, it's just like, it doesn't feel the same, you know? It's not the same sort of experience. I do still enjoy using the airbrush, and it does give some really nice results. But I also just really like doing things by hand. You get less painting done than I do, but you need to make sure these kids don't die. Yeah, you have an excuse. You are a man with responsibilities. Do I have a 40k Instagram that I can follow, or that you can follow? I do not have anything aside from my YouTube. I am just here doing my thing. I might set up some other things. The thing is, I don't really complete things frequently enough to warrant having an Instagram or anything like that. But yeah, I'm pretty much just here doing my thing. I know it's funny, the only thing that you primed in your army is your big knight, because before you thought prime was a waste of money until your friends were shocked. Hang on, what do you mean you've only primed one unit in your army? Can you elaborate on that, please? I am... I just want to make sure I understand correctly what you've just said. You mean to say most of your army is fully painted without primer? I'll be happy to know that you've greatly slowed down on painting. I see. I don't know if I'm necessarily happy, but it's giving me a chance to save face. I'll take it. Because I feel like every time I stream, it's like you pop in Technic and you're like, yeah, I just finished like 3 companies of Space Marines. I got 10,000 Tyranids I just finished. I got a, you know, it's nothing big, nothing crazy. Hey. Yeah, I'll let that dry for a bit, and I might need to come back through and do another coat. But this is decent for that panel. It's not perfectly smooth, but we're getting there. I'll go back for the Calidor Sky on the other panel now. You got busy with some stuff work as you're doing and getting your 3D printer up and running? So you've only finished about 3 models in the past week. Oh, only 3 models in the past week, Technic. That's crazy. That's you're really dropping the ball, mate. Only 3 models in the past week. I haven't finished a model for 3 years. So only Unite and your whole collection was primed. Keyword collection. Not army collection. Gee. Panzer. Priming is important. I don't know if I don't know what else to say. Why is priming so important? It helps the paint stick and helps it cover smoothly. And stay stuck to the model, most importantly. Yeah, because an issue is that plastic and resin, a lot of things do not like to stick to them. So long term, shit can just peel up. Three models you painted were a Plague Burst Crawler, Custodian, and a Canonist with a jump pack. What is the... Is it the, is that the Plague Burst Crawler? The little Death Guard Demon Engine? Because they're surprisingly cheap. I was expecting them to be quite expensive, but they're really cheap, those little dudes. Like, I was tempted to get one. No, it's a tank. Oh, okay. Painted 2 armigers in 12 hours. Panzer, chill. I am... I know for a fact that I will not be able to paint 1 armiger in 24 hours. I'm thinking of the Blight Hauler. Yeah, I'm thinking of the Blight Hauler. They're funny little guys. I like them. Bing bong, how go the legs? We're getting there, Sunju. It's actually coming along nicely. I'll show you what we've got left to do. One armature and 24 is easily doable. No, but this is me we're talking about, Sunju. Okay, so yeah, this is all that we have left to do. It's just these 5 pieces. So, legs and banner. And then it's touch-ups. Gonna complete tonight. If I'm being perfectly honest, that's probably not happening. But it's Shellsman, he'll take at least 3 days. Come on, Technic, chill, chill. He's probably right. It's probably not going to be finished tonight. I'm hoping 2 streams will be all it takes. Technic's probably right. You're flying in 2 days, so sadly I'll beat you to finishing the night unless I paint other things for the next 3 weeks. Look, Sanji, there's always a chance. Like, I could paint this night for the next 3 years. I could keep finding things to paint. The airbrushes we used on Unite was done with 98% craft paints. Yeah, but Francois, you are built different, brother. I am not as powerful as you or Silver or most people in this chat, honestly. Anybody in this chat. I'm just some guy. Your brother had a Blood Angel army and he sucked at painting, so he asked you to paint it. You did it. You did good, but the problem is you fucked up because of the law. In the law, you gave them all black pauldrons with gold logos, but that's only for commanders. Well, he hasn't realized. I see. Look, if he doesn't know, it's fine, and if he does notice, then fuck him. He can fix it up himself. You just skip the free hand on the leg armor and shoulder. the entire armor body would be done. It would only be missing the weapons. Yeah, I'm debating how much effort I should put into these legs. Like, I should give them the respect they deserve. We've put this much effort into the mini. I shouldn't rush to push it out. Did an entire army with a paint roller and painted it looked like a Ramon and What do you mean with that? What size paint roller? Always find it wild when people don't like painting models they bought. Yeah, like, I don't know, yeah, I buy the models to paint them, so I'm definitely not part of that category. But I mean, there's like, like with Tiki, for example, he gets the models, but for him, he's getting them because the goal is playing the game, and so I don't think he doesn't necessarily dislike painting the models he got, but for him, it's like he said that for him, it's painting the models is kind of like the necessary chore to get to playing the game. So it's not where the fun is for him. It's like the tax he pays to play the game. Which, like, I can see that mentality. But the thing is, he still paints an 8-inch roller while drunk. What the fuck, Aaron? An entire Tyranid army with just 2 cans of spray paint, white for teeth and red for eyes. Yeah, I feel like I need to get a job where I have like enough disposable income that I can actually just shit out minis. Because as it stands, like, I've got a lot of minis. I've got too many minis already. But it's like, it would be so awesome just to be able to just do like fucking every mini idea you can think of. Just go, yeah, okay, I'm doing this. I'm doing this Dreadnought in these colors. It doesn't matter because I'll just get another one if I want to do another Dreadnought. Get a job in Games Workshop. Do they, hang on, do they get discounts? Surely they get discounts, right? Job with enough disposable income from it. Easier to know Australia's pretty serious about drug dealing. Yeah, but I'm in Queensland. We're historically known for our corruption. %50 off plastic, 25% off Forge World. 50%! Guys, I need to work for GW. Do you think this applies to just being like a retail employee, or do I need to be like a specialist, like a miniature mold and like a mold injection specialist? Can I just go and work in like the local GW and get 50%? Or do I need to have special skills? You got interviewed, but sadly the guy you'd be replacing is sad to stay, so no luck. Believe all employees get the same discount. Oh shit. Okay, hang on. New pathway unlocked? Remember working for them as hard as they rarely hire, since the shop has a max of 3 employees on at different times? Yeah. Because they do only really need like 1 person to man the store at any given time. you own a gun, you can get a 100% discount on anything you want. Yeah, I guess. I don't think that's necessarily the best way to go about these things. Like, you're not wrong. No free men in Australia, Agent Smith. If by free men you mean people with guns on every street corner, then true. So there's a guy for jailed for stealing a couple thousand in minis, and he thought he had a max a few $100s worth. Man got deceived by how expensive the minis are. Yeah, I think I might need another coat of the Thousand Suns blue just to smooth it now. Can own hunting firearms under certain conditions as long as you, well, as you recall. Yeah, so people are allowed to get licenses for sport shooting, and otherwise, if you live out on property, you're allowed to get a shotgun to like deal with snakes and pigs and stuff. Not every street corner. There are usually a few people between the corners and armed too. Sorry, my bad, my bad. I undersold your firearm density. A large number of firearms are actually owned by a somewhat small number of people. You by happenstance are one of those people. Right. Yeah, I have, yeah, I have noticed that a lot of like a lot of the people who own, it's like a lot of people won't own guns, and then people who do own guns will just like, they just like to have a lot of them. If you're required to keep your gun at the firing range and you're not a free man, you have permission to lease a toy for target practice. Free men are able to be a viable threat to tyrants. Bradsfar, I'm sorry, but I do not think that there is any situation in which a civilian uprising is able to deal with the coordinated efforts of the US military. I think that if a tyrannical government came into play in the US and the military was the military was serving this this regime, I do not think that the population would be able to stand up with their firearms. The difference between military technology and like weapons available to civilians is just it's too vast. You'd like a gun? Your uncle had a few shotguns hidden around places before he died. Gotta find them. Aren't you in the UK, Sanju? What? Is your uncle on property or he just had guns? The way you say he had them hidden around a few places is really sketchy. You owned one pistol, then your dad passed away and you inherited a small army. So you can arm the children. More hands to carry your spare guns. Right, the Afghan people were totally beaten by the US government. Those Vietnamese totally squashed. I do not think that, like, the whole US military was not mobilized against either of those. If there was an uprising inside the US, then absolutely, like, the US would pull, like, the military would pull out all the stops. As you can tell, he had great company. He died unrelated. Insurgencies are impossible to suppress unless you gain the will of the people. Yeah, but I don't think that at that point it's like it's not about having firearms or not at that point. Like, people will be insurgents whether or not they have guns. Like, people will resist if it's that bad. I think I highly underestimate guerrilla warfare and the fact that there's that no base is secret from veterans. So, first off, that is the wrong gorilla you used there, Francois. That's the gorilla as in monkey, but that's really funny. But no, I understand that guerrilla warfare is pretty much fucking impossible to, like, to win against. Release the ape. Plus, a lot of the military would be on the side of the insurgency, not the government. The military would fracture. Yeah, sure, of course. But, like, I don't think that the civilians owning guns would be, like, the tipping point. You flew a fighter jet, you know where they're parked. In no time, the veteran will be flying the fighter jet again. The government will not win. But I mean, at that point, that's not the Second Amendment winning. That's the veteran stealing a military vehicle. 360 million civilians with guns is quite a tipping point. Well, first of all, it's not 360 million people with guns, is it? That's like, is that not the whole population of America? 360 million? I know there are more guns in America than there are people, but those guns are not in the hands of every people, like in the hands of all of the people. The children can carry guns too. Fighter jets are arms and thus protected by the Second Amendment. I do not believe that. I refuse to believe that, Francois, and I don't think that I do not think that would hold up in the court of law. Revolutionary War breaks out, your neighbor wants to put a pistol in your hand, you're going to take it? I guess so. Actually, probably not, honestly. I would be more inclined to just not want to fight a revolutionary war. Like, what level of tyrannical government requires a revolutionary war? Because, like, is it not, like, unbelievably unlikely that a modern democracy is going to become a government so bad that we need to literally go to war against them? Like, has that happened in any first world country? It's all arms, not rifles. I don't think that military vehicles would come under the purview of arms, surely. It does hold up. You can buy one right now for military surplus. There's even a letter by President Jefferson explaining that cannons and civilian ships are part of the Second Amendment. Right. Could strap a cannon to a rowboat in the US. The US is becoming more and more crazy to me the more I learn. Germany post-World War One. But the thing is, that wasn't that was a tyrannical government. But the thing was, that was according to the will of the people. Most of the people in Germany wanted that to happen. So they didn't feel the need to rise up. Obviously, all that shit that happened was horrible. But, like, in that situation, the people aren't rising up against the government. Fought the King of England over 23 offences. Today, your government does 18 of those things, plus a dozen other forms of tyranny. But the people aren't rising up against that because the people, I assume, have allowed the government to do that. You can own a tank with a functional cannon with the right paperwork. With the right paperwork, though. Which means that you need to get exemptions, correct? So it's not directly under the purview of the Second Amendment, because it's like, you still need to have the, like, well, I guess the Second Amendment permits you to do it, but you still need to have a license. In America, you grant your consent to be governed. Is that not how all governments work? It's by being a citizen of a country, you are consenting to its governing practices. People are not rising up because they're retarded. I see. It's under the purview of the Second Amendment. No permission is required to exercise the right. So what's with the necessary paperwork? What is that about? No, I'm a subject of the crown. You're a free man who grants his consent to be governed. I mean, you say I'm a subject of the crown. Next to nobody in Australia actually gives a fuck about the crown. We're part of the Commonwealth, but it means nothing. Like, there's the Governor General, which is a fucked up position in the country. But most of the time, they do nothing, and really, the only time that they tend to intervene is when when in the past the US has weaponized the Governor General against Australia, or when we have asked them to look into corruption and shit. But most of the time, the activities of the crown has next to no influence on Australia. English, you don't give a damn about the crown. Yeah, I think that the crown has been nothing more than a figurehead for probably more than half a century. The crown's basically for tourism nowadays. Yeah. And you see, Francois, I'm a subject of the crown, which means that we get international sporting competitions every 2 years, not every 4, because we have the Commonwealth Games and the Olympics. So really, you're missing out, brother. I'm not a subject of the crown, says the man who doesn't own a gun. You know, Japan is not subject. They're not subjects of the crown, but they don't let them own guns over there either. Like, civilians owning guns is not the default stance. Oh yes, bread and sex is so appealing. Yeah, brother. I love bread. Japan doesn't have free men either. The United States of America, notoriously the only free country in the world. You think in Japan they grant their consent to be governed, or they're just subject to whatever their government decides? Honestly, well, okay, so I'm not sure what you mean by granting their consent to be government or to be governed. Like, everybody in the world, by default, grants their consent to be governed when they're born into a government. It's just kind of it's not an opt-in. Like, it's just how it is. The Czech Republic has free men. I know nothing about the Czech Republic, so I can't speak to why we're saying this. You can't just say no to being governed. Exactly. You can't just say no to being governed. That's like sovereign citizen shit. That's crazy. Is this still the same night? It is, Mac. We are getting very, very close. We are getting very, very close. I say this every stream I'm working on this, but we are getting there. We people grant our consent to be governed so long as our basic human rights are acknowledged and upheld. Consent requires the ability to prove consent. But by that logic, anybody in the world has the ability to revoke that consent. Like, anybody can revolt if they don't like what's going on. America is not like, like, guns are not necessary to revolt against the government. Anybody can do it. No ability to remove firearm or remove consent, no firearm ownership, then you're a subject. But again, you don't need to own firearms to revolt against the government. Like, the government can't operate without people. You can just stop participating in shit. Like, you can just stop doing what the government wants, and they can't force you to. Like, if people just decide to stop doing shit, then the government will collapse. You don't need to, like, go and shoot up the place. There are plenty of ways to revolt. Anyone from the UK can piss on the ground and people won't care. People have guns in the UK, but it's mostly in the countryside, you know, like farmers and things of that nature. Really tell me again how it went for those Canadian truckers that were protesting? I'm not sure. I don't know anything about the Canadian protests. I'm on the other side of the planet. But yeah, I cannot speak to that. But usually when unions and shit go on strikes and that sort of thing, they tend to get their way. They don't need to go and hold the government at gunpoint and demand for more money. They just need to cease activities. What, I want a communist revolution? I don't. You came in halfway through, Mac. This is a this is a firearm ownership conversation that got a little bit out of hand, I think. Yeah. Need a stretch. Oh, you got new boots? Nice. They tried to hinder government by blocking roads, refusing to deliver goods, so Canada seized their bank accounts, censored their speech, and started arresting them for peacefully protesting. I see. How long do you have to wait for a layer of paint to dry? Usually not long, like less than 5 minutes. It depends on the paint you're using, but most water-based paints dry, like a layer will dry in a minute or two. If you go really thick, it can take longer, but generally you're working with thin coats anyway. You're currently waiting for brass paint to dry as that shit takes ages. The amount of times Null Oil has ripped it off angers you. Yeah. Yeah, some paints just do not dry. They just stay just very slightly wet and tacky, and you just rip it off with a brush, and it's annoying. You want to move to Portugal, nice climate, relaxed population. They love expats, and you wouldn't have to worry about your medical costs anymore. Yeah, sounds like the opposite of Japan in terms of relationship with with expats, because Japan fucking hates foreigners. Oh, they don't hate them, but they're just like, ooh, it's a foreigner, ooh. They're just kind of like they're casually racist, I guess. Africa is the place to be. They can actually own lands, own firearms, taxes almost non-existent, and your foreign dollars go a long way. Hang on. Are we talking about specific, like South Africa, or just like a random African country? Because from everything I've heard, South Africa is absolutely not the place to be. Like, not in a million years would I want to be in South Africa. It's a pipe dream unless you get independently employed, but it would still be nice. They have treatment over there that's more effective, had fewer reactions, and it's cheaper. Right, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of things like that where it's just things going on overseas that are really accessible, but not really accessible, but really would be really good, but they're just not realistic for you to actually get there. Zambia is the place you would choose. Right. You can only tell there are no taxes as most things don't work. True. Pick a place in Africa where their primary source of income is wildlife preserves. But if their primary source of income is wildlife preserves, then realistically, you're not actually going to be able to own that much land, no? Because there'd be restrictions on what you can do with the land. You're not buying land on the game reserve. Well, no, but I would just imagine that for countries where they make a lot of money from preserves, they would they would have a lot of respect for their environment, and so they'd have stricter policies in terms of like what you can do to the on property and that sort of thing. No? Or is that that's just me as an Australian speaking? Because Australia has a lot of very strict rules on what you can do with with land, because we have very fragile ecosystems. Australia would be cool to visit for a food tour, but just no spiders, damn it. What food would you be coming to Australia for? Australian cuisine is like not there. I don't think Australia has cuisine. Like, I can't think of anything that you can find uniquely in Australia that you wouldn't find elsewhere. Roo burgers. I mean, like, kangaroo is like fine. I don't think it's anything amazing. Like, kangaroo and crocodile, you can eat anywhere though. Like, you can get that. outside of Australia. Like I wouldn't justify going to Australia just to eat kangaroo. Like you could get that as an import, is what I mean to say. But yeah. Newville Casino was a giant movement around 15 years back. Not sure how it's doing after the pandemic though. I'm not familiar with whatever that is. One second, I'm gonna look it up because I might know it when I see it. Yeah, I'll let that dry for a second. Right. So it looks like it's just the it looks like it's just the sort of food that they like to make on MasterChef, you know, where it's like really small dishes with like like really fancy, like French adjacent looking stuff. Yeah, once I've done this, I'll need to come back through and touch up the panels. It's basically newer fine dining, lighter fare than the old French shit. The portions and courses depend on the restaurants. Yeah, I think like I've seen a few places like that. I guess there are restaurants like this scattered around Australia, but I don't. Surely it's not like necessarily like something that you'd go to Australia for. Like surely you could find that in the US. Or, like, wouldn't you find more of it in Europe? Surely Europe would do it better. I feel like for food tours, Europe or Asia would be the places to go. You actually eat kangaroos? Not often, but I mean, it's not bad. Like, it's fine. Like, kangaroo sausages are pretty good. Yeah, I definitely will need to do some touch-ups here. Oh my god, I'm making such a mess. Business can't decide what to get you for Christmas. Anyone got any cool mini recommendations? I don't know. There's a combination of Australian chefs doing cutting edge stuff as well as several economic events that led to high-end chefs from other countries opening restaurants here. I see, okay. So I decided from doing checkers or something on the leg armor. I have not thought that far. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I'm just doing the trim first. The way too expensive Ghostbusters gear will be here just in time for Christmas, strangely enough. What do you mean, your Ghostbusters gear? What's the best part of the root? Tail, backstrap, thigh? I'm not sure, because I haven't had any kangaroo steaks. I've just had sausages, so I'm not sure where, like, which parts of the kangaroo they use for that. It's probably like the penises and the balls and shit. And, like ear, like probably just all the offcuts. But I don't know. But it's fine. It's similar to beef. Oh, speaking of kangaroo balls, there's that's one thing that I guess that's one thing that Australia has is I think for some reason there's like a tourist thing where a lot of gift shops will sell like kangaroo nuts that you can just buy. Like they're just taxidermied kangaroo testicles. You can just take them home. I've never actually seen them in a gift shop, but apparently that's a thing. So I guess that's some obscure Australian culture. You've had Roo Burger before, but burger usually isn't the best parts. Yeah, I don't know how much kangaroos have to offer in the way of steak-worthy meat. Why is this? If you're saying why to the kangaroo nuts thing, I don't know why that's a thing. I'm pretty sure it's their nuts. If I search kangaroo balls, yeah, it's just a thing. Kangaroo scrotum souvenirs. Yeah, it's just a thing for some reason. They're just like on keychains and shit. Our range of kangaroo scrotums make ideal Aussie gifts or souvenirs. Like, I don't know why it's a thing. Tried kangaroo jerky, but it was too springy. I get it. I have not heard that one before. I don't think I need to hear that one again. 1,000 subs and I have to eat some rue nuts? No, no, no. They sell them as a souvenir. It's not food. They just sell that like so you can just have kangaroo nuts on a keychain. This is not a food item. It's fashion. You'd carry it. You'd keep your pocket change in a kangaroo nut set. Carry it right on your belt. Claims Australia doesn't have culture. Goes on to explain how to fit a kangaroo's taste. Look, kangaroo nuts are not Australian culture. We do not claim this. I do not claim this. It's a thing that happens. This is not culture. People ate them like an I'm a Celebrity. I've never seen I'm a Celebrity before. Hey Reese, how you going today, mate? At least it's environmentally conscious. Waste not, want not. Oh, actually, I think the reason that they even thought of the idea is exactly that, just because they don't want to waste it. Because essentially, in a lot of rural rural and farmland areas in Australia, kangaroos are pests. Because essentially, we built something called the rabbit-proof fence. And then there are other fences as well that we've built, which are basically just huge fucking fences built to keep dingoes out of farmland. And what that meant was that there are massive, massive parts of the country which used to have dingoes that would hunt kangaroos and emus, but now we eliminated the dingoes from there, and so kangaroos and emus just would start overpopulating and terrorizing farmland. And so there's a lot of culling that goes on to keep them under control. And so then they're like, well, we've got all these dead kangaroos, we may as well use their nuts for keychains. But yeah, so there's like a lot of, and then there have been a lot of knock-on effects of the fencing off of dingoes, because the overpopulation of kangaroos and emus means that they eat away a lot of underbrush in areas like that where they would normally not be, like, essentially they completely destroy a lot of like the grasslands and stuff, which then means that we end up with deserts, and then those deserts get picked up on the wind and blow away, and you get shifting sand dunes and all sorts of crazy shit. So it's interesting how by removing the only predator from an ecosystem, you just completely fucking ruin it. Roos drowned dogs, that's enough for you to despise them. I mean, yeah, kangaroos are fucked up. I would not want to go and fight one. Could I beat a kangaroo in a fight? Probably not. Those guys have got knives on their hands. Like a grey kangaroo, maybe? A red kangaroo? Definitely not. You'd heard they were considered giant rats, but you didn't know why. Makes sense. I mean, kangaroos are really cool. I like kangaroos, but yeah, they just, kangaroos and emus have overpopulated because we fucked around with the ecosystem too much. Yeah, because the Australian ecosystem is really fragile, and because it's like, it's just really fucking unique because we're so isolated from like every other continent in the world. So it's just evolved in really weird ways. And so any disturbance we do to it just completely fucks it over. And yeah, so lots of... that's why there's a lot of restrictions on what you can and can't do. Because we've already fucked it over a lot as is. But then there are also... It's like weird because we have a lot of restrictions in some places and then absolutely no restrictions in others. Like... I think I must have talked about this in the past. About how, like, we are the driest continent on the planet outside of Antarctica, and yet one of our biggest farming industries is in cotton, which uses so much water, and also takes a lot of pesticides and shit to efficiently do. So we are like spending so much water on making cotton, which is inefficient as fuck when we could just buy it from elsewhere. And then we're having all these pesticides run off into our already limited water tables, just completely fucking ruining everything. It's crazy. Like, the amount of fucked up exceptions that the Australian government will make for farmers is insane. They do the same thing with alfalfa there. It's highly water intensive, but they love to put it in places that have water supply issues, like in California, and all for livestock feed. Yeah, doesn't America also have a very, very big corn industry, even though corn is kind of inefficient as fuck? Just because, like, the government has historically subsidized it, and so many farmers are just locked into corn. And then as a result, a lot of adjacent industries have become sort of corn reliant, even though corn is just not a particularly useful grain. Because there's things like, America, you guys have, like, you use a lot of, like, cornstarch and corn syrup, and you have things like candy corn and stuff, where, like, I don't think I've ever used cornstarch or corn syrup in cooking. I don't think I've ever seen it in the shops, honestly. Maybe I've seen cornstarch. And we don't really do candy corn in Australia. I don't even know if candy corn has corn in it, or if it's just named candy corn, so I guess, yeah, I can't speak to that. But yeah, interesting stuff. Candy corn is horrible. I've never seen it in person. Is it actually corn or no? No, it's not. Okay. Why do they call it candy corn? It's just gross. Okay. Corn's simple to grow, cheap and flexible, so it's a popular crop. There are also varieties that are even easier to grow and just used for, again, livestock. Shaped like corn, not corn. It's wax and corn syrup. Okay, so it's got corn products in it. It's vaguely shaped like a corn kernel. Right, okay, yeah, because I was going to say, it doesn't particularly look like corn, but yeah, I guess it's vaguely shaped like a kernel. No one cooks with corn syrup, it's only for making candy, but it's in almost all prepackaged food. The nutritional value of corn is horrible unless you soak it in lime like the indigenous people did. It's the only way to fully unlock the nutrients. Yeah, that's like the main thing that I was like under the impression of was the issue is just that corn is cheap to grow and all that sort of thing, but the returns on it just are generally not that good. Like, because it's just kind of it's just kind of sweet, and that's about it. Like, it doesn't actually provide much in the way of sustenance. I remember seeing a video a long time ago which was talking about how I think it was to do with America's potential for renewable energy and how America could do a lot in the way of solar because of the amount of open space they have, but the issue is that a lot of this is occupied by corn farms. And then they were talking about how there's the budding industry of bioreactors where they could potentially feed matter like corn into reactors to convert it into energy. But the issue was that there's just no energy stored in corn in general, so it's just not worth it at all. So because America has a huge corn surplus, so it was like looking into the potential of using that corn surplus to generate power. But yeah, corn just is not energy efficient in the slightest. The nutritional value, yeah, they try to treat it like a vegetable, but it's actually a grain. It's literally a grass. Yeah. Man, I don't know why I forced myself to paint the inside edges of these trims. It's always so painful. Because I make such a mess and then I know that I'm going to need to come back and touch up the panels. Because they're vaguely neurotic like the rest of you. I think it's a bit more than vaguely. Definitely a bit of something there. You're trying to be gentle for once. I appreciate it. Okay. Oh, I'm making an absolute mess with the metallic paint. Yep, I definitely need to come back through and touch up the panels. You can see, yeah, I got some. Like, I keep getting just bits of silver on the panel itself, which is really annoying. Have zero precision. Got some weasel hair brushes on the way. They should be interesting. Yeah, that's what I'm using right now. Kolinsky Sable. They're really nice. They keep the points very well. Unfortunately, I'm probably not worthy of these brushes. I think that a much better painter could make much better use of them, but they are very, very nice. They're not even Sable, just in Weasel, about half the price. I got 3 Kolinsky Sable, but none of them are very convenient size for average jobs. I see, okay. Yeah, the set that I got goes up to a number 2, I believe, is the largest one that I have in Kolinsky. Is it number 2? Yeah, the largest I have is a number 2 Kolinsky. Your night was painted with synthetic Walmart brushes. But I mean, the thing is, like, synthetic brushes go hard as well. Like, I really like this this blue synthetic brush that I use. This thing is a workhorse. Like, it goes so well. I think that they have different applications, because you can just absolutely abuse a synthetic brush, and not worry too much about it. They still tend to hold shape relatively well. But if you just want that fine point, then I really do like the natural hair. Having too much trouble wet blending with your synthetics? I'm trying to think. I don't think I've tried to do any wet blends with my synthetic brushes. Yo, hey Jesus, how you going? Okay, so once we get these trims done, then we will need to come back for the touch-ups, and also use a tiny brush to recess highlight the seams between the armor panels. Ooh, I think there's way too much water on my brush here. Yeah, it's pretty much just liquid I'm putting down there. There we are, that's better. You thought I was going to paint redfish scale armor pattern on the shin? No comment. I think that one was up in the air, and I think it has since been shot down by me. It was in consideration. And I have decided, fuck that. Okay. Oh, need a stretch. Oh, is it buffering a lot? Or no? Because I'm getting a YouTube's throwing up a warning for me there, saying there might be a lot of buffering. Oh my! I've just plastered a bit of silver right in the middle of that panel. That's so bad. But we'll get our tiny brush here now. Let's have a quick drink of water. The entire rest of the night is covered in freehand. We're just going to rob us and you and myself of freehand on the shins. Well, I'm not necessarily going to do fish scaling or fish scale, but like I'll probably do something on the shins. We'll see. Okay, let's do these recesses. A little bit in there like that. Beautiful. He's fresh out of fuck. I have not heard that one before. I like that. Blue. Yes, it is blue, Commissar. Well spotted. Heard it on Thomas Benjamin Wild's song, I have no more fucks to give. Well, I mean, fresh out of fuck is definitely that is a banger line. I'm going through a lot more silver paint than I thought I would here. Yeah, I did not expect to go through this much. Oh, I've got way too much paint on the tip of the brush there. That's disgusting. Just made a mistake on the panel there. I nearly lost it. Nearly accidentally threw this into my wet palette. That would have been bad. Need to get a bit more silver on the palette there. Ooh. Yeah, I really do not need to force myself to do this, but I'm doing it anyway. Oh, so his brain has been reduced to atoms. You good, mate? You good? Feel dumb, but yes, you are good. Okay. Despise all the tiny lines between panels. Oh, you mean like these little things here? You're not a fan, Sanju? You don't like getting the 000 brush and doing like the little Um, the little recess highlight. I love them. You just finished doing what I'm doing on all the body. Oh, do you mean this section here? Do you mean doing all these? Yeah, these are these are fun. I feel like I actually enjoyed doing these. Like I was doing this and I'm like, this is painful, but it was really satisfying. And then like all these bits up on the top here as well. I liked that. The vents are done, and now after the wash the body, be ready for varnish and getting glued to the legs. Nice. No, you just washed them all with Melon oil? Oh, okay. No, they're really satisfying to recess highlight. Has made the grave mistake of spilling cement glue on the poor leg of his Terminator. No, he's been melted. The bits around all the slightly raised details. Oh, okay, okay. Fuck that? What do you mean, fuck that? It's really satisfying. You'd rather die? You're gonna get some food, you'll be back. Right it. Painful but satisfying. You're a weirdo. I can't hide it at this point. I'm okay, okay. I might be a little weird. Building out Eldari Windriders. I don't know what the Windriders look like. A masochist? No comment. Painted out alongside me. What are we doing next? A lion, quiet you. I have enough large minis to paint. I do not need the lion. Lion at 500 subs. Hang on. So something doesn't quite seem right about that one. You saw an Eldari Walker earlier. That shit's ass. Yeah, I had a look at the Eldar Walkers on the Warhammer website. They do not look good. Magnus in a maid outfit at 510. Hang on, something about that still doesn't quite seem right. You're just sticking Magnus's head on a Lewd Complex figure. Is Lewd Complex a brand, or am I missing something? Am I going to regret looking this up in a minute? Shells gives us a full body cam animated outfit and makes Magnus. What is up with this thirst, Commissar? Okay, so just about done all of the metallic bits, and then we'll just need to do touch-ups and then turn it gold, and then we can figure out what we want to do for patterning. The fluids of Slanesh made your legs feel weak. You thirst for the excess. You can't remember if they have figures, but you know they made a ton of other stuff. Large-breasted, wide-hipped waifu anime figures in more suggestive poses. Hang on, guys. I'll be right back. This takes priority. I've got to investigate. Give me a moment. This is important. Oh, yo, they're Japanese. Either that or they just use Japanese characters as an aesthetic. Whoa. Hang on, so they've got clothing, stickers, acrylic stands, mouse pads, flags, blanket. What? Hang on. Hang on. So, Aaron, why are you familiar with these? Just out of curiosity. Let's go products. Do they have... I'm not seeing any figures. Let's go limited. We got some shirts. Whoa. What's on sale at the moment? Holy. That's crazy. Wow, wow, wee, wow. I'm not seeing any anime figures though. I was promised anime figures. I'm quite disappointed, Aaron. Like, there's a lot of stickers where they are not wearing anything. There's acrylic stands where they are not wearing anything. There are mouse pads where they are not wearing much. Classic designs, maybe? Shirts are all over the place at Spencer's Gifts. You can't shop for anything else without seeing them. What is Spencer's Gifts? Is that just like... Oh, okay, so it's just a, Is it just like Vinny's? Wait, no, it's just the Wikipedia for Spencer's. The first sentence. Its stores specialize in novelty and gag gifts and also sell clothing, brand merchandise, sex toys, room decor, collectible figures, fashion, and body jewelry. One of those is not like the others. What? All right. All right. This has been an interesting detour. Yeah, there's a lot of images of this demon girl getting choked, but I'm not seeing any anime figures. So mildly disappointed. But thank you for the thanks for the the heads up. This has been interesting. All right, that was fun. Let's go back to painting. So we've got some touch-ups. Backpacks up front, lingerie and whips in the back. That's awesome. Family fun for everyone. It's not really sex toys, it's gag gift sex toys. Like, no, not an inflatable sex doll, but an inflatable sheep sex doll. Right. But at the end of the day, you can still fuck it, right? Like, you could say it's a gag gift sex toy, but I mean, I'm sure that furries would go wild for an inflatable sheep sex toy. They'd be like, oh yeah, give me some of that sheep tail. That Lucy, the lamb pussy. I wish I never said that. Man, that was actually disgusting. Can I go back in time? It's like hats in the left, bongs on the right, jewelry in the middle. You seen the sex toy advent calendar? No, a lot of strange products being mentioned in chat at the moment. There'll be no coming back from Lucy. Like, no one, like, we do not need to remember that one. That one can stay in the past. This is meant to be about celebrating the birth of Jesus, for fuck's sake. Look, Agent, there are people like people project their own meanings onto these holidays. That's the beauty of it. They have bag sex gifts, but they also carry full-on ropes, chains, handcuffs, and riding crops now. If the kids are with you, it's like, if you go more than 3/4 of the way back, you're grounded. We get to keep xenogooning. I wasn't the one who coined xenogooning, was I? I didn't say xenogooning. That was definitely you guys, wasn't it? That was not me. I refuse to believe that was me. They have cake tins in the shapes of tits and dicks. What is this? What is this shop? His shop cannot be a real place. Am I this afternoon, evening for you? Yeah, not bad. How are you going, Rebellion? Clipping Lucy, please no. What did I do to deserve this? You don't clip anything, no evidence on your phone, good man. He clipped it. I mean, on one hand, hey, that's awesome. I've gotten to the point where people are clipping shit I say. On the other hand, fucking hell, why is the Lucy getting clipped? I need to be more careful. Can't afford to slip up anymore. Good, you're modeling 3D parts for a Contemptor? Oh, nice. Yeah, I've been interested in learning how to do 3D modeling. Seems like a lot of fun. I've gotten started on like learning Blender in the past couple of weeks or so, and I've gotten to the point where it's like I understand the interface and I know how it's meant to work, but I am just shit at everything. So it's going great. It's a lot of fun though. 3D modeling's not fun. Oh no, I like it. It's fun. It's just painful. Yeah, I've realized that like I was initially just trying to do everything by manually building out meshes, and I've realized that that is not realistic in the slightest because I am too stupid. So I think I'm just gonna have to try to learn how to sculpt and then just like retopologize from there. Might be the easier way for me to get into making models rather than just trying to manually build shit. lockdown STLs for the entire Drakari range and all the Legends Dreadnoughts. I guess that's the bonus of having a 3D printer if you've got one, is like minis are right there at your fingertips. You'd suggest a YouTuber called Artisans of Vault, great Blender tutorials. I will check them out after this stream because I was planning on doing some more Blender stuff after I finish streaming. So Artisans of Vault. Okay, I will check them out. Thank you. Delete that, no context. Like, the lack of context to that statement is very damning. And I'm going to claim no responsibility for it without context. I have no idea what this this discussion about a Lucy is. Oh, Vol. Okay. So what is it? It's hang on. Artisans of Vol. Okay, cool. He does 40k Blender tutorials. Okay, awesome. $500 of Warhammer STL miniatures come at you, GW. That is a declaration of war. You are not safe, Rebellion. They're going to find you and kill you. I think you meant Vor because your Xenogoon is here. Chill, Commissar, chill. Got most of yours from the purple site for 3D models and Telegram. What do you mean by the purple site? Is this like some like 3D model or like some 3D printer lingo for like, then is that like, is this like referring to Pornhub as Orange YouTube? This is I got them from the purple site. The purple site because GW can't break this code 3D printers have. I see. Site with files for print. I see. It works, kind of. This is code to break James Workshop's mind. I see. You cannot figure us out. What if some mad lad made a hentai website, but halfway through the video it just links to Warhammer STLs? Who's to say that hasn't already happened? You would think him? Yeah, I mean, then I'd know I'd be finding a lot more Warhammer STLs. Roll GW with the Lucy meta. How? How would this actually forget I asked. I don't think I refuse to engage with this Lucy propaganda any further. This is a banned phrase in this chat. No more Lucy. Different blues on each side? Yeah. Not doing red? No, so I might do some patterning in red on it. But this is the same pattern that I did for the faceplate and the hood. Is with the two different blues. Because I don't want to overuse the red. If you had one place that offers both thin and thick versions of some minis, you're a big fan. Now, what do we mean by this? Okay. Coming along nicely. Making progress. And this is nice and quartered. So now we just need to turn that gold. Turn the silvers gold, and then we can think about doing little patterns on the front in red. Oh shit, I need to touch up that bit of silver actually. I need to keep up the bisexual night meta. What do you mean by this? Sizgames.com search pinup. Prepared to search weird names for the STLs such as angsty planet munching biblical monsters and running contemptible coffins. Okay, running contemptible coffins is fucking awesome. That is such a good name. Is that for contempted dreadnoughts or is that for like necrons? World Eaters Contempt of Dreadnought for that specifically. I see, I see. Okay, almost good for touch-ups on the panels. Met our Lord and Savior Space King? I don't think so. Goodbye, World Leaders, but so bad. Waiting to see their second half come out. Yeah, I'm interested to see what World Eaters minis can come out. I really want to do... I'm looking forward to doing Knights in the pre-Heresy World Eaters colors. I think that'll be very cool. I think also I just need to do touch-ups on this other side here in the Calador sky. And then I am going to go to Sizz Games and search pinup. I'm interested in that one. I need to see these thick STLs. The Flash Kids parody, named Space King. I see. No, I'm not familiar. Vote did not exist. Real. That was an instant affirmation. Look at the new Blood Angel Terminators. Oh, I checked them out earlier. They're really cool. But I am not a Space Marine guy, so I do not really care that much. Like, they're nice models. But I am not a fan of John Space Marine. Murder coffins that worship something that sounds a lot like what Captain Kirk streamed in Star Trek 2 has to be one of your favorite file names. What? is quite an elaborate file name. There we go. That's nice. My burrito or sandwich guy? Oh, I go burritos 100%. Easy peasy. Burritos are so good. Okay, so now we can go, now we're going to be turning the trims gold, and then we'll figure out what we want to do for patterns on the front. Ahoy, hey brother of Titans, how you going, mate? You good yourself? Yeah, I'm not too bad. We're getting there. Right, see, sorry, weren't responding. Your chat broke. That's all good, Panzer. I'll catch you later, mate. Scale of 1 to 10, how spicy is chat today? Chat's probably sitting at a solid 7 or 8. Like, they're up there. They've coined a new term. They've come up with it on their own, and they're pretty obsessed with it. So just ignore anything that they say. A pheasant burrito will make you feel like God kissed you on the forehead. I don't think I've ever had a pheasant burrito before. That sounds amazing. Make you feel like God kissed you on the forehead. Do cows have moosies or moosies? I refuse to engage with this, Commissar. This is this is not this is not what we want for this chat. What is happening? Turns out Chelsea has a thing for waifus. Look, I don't think I've necessarily hidden it. I think it's well known that I'm the Japan guy, and like, I mean, I guess I can't, like, what else do I need to say? Bovines are Bovusi. Okay, I do like the Bovusi a lot better than the Kusi. Or the Kusi or the cow. No, yeah. Bovusi is way better. But hey, why are we here? No. I just said I wasn't going to interface with this. Look, this is not the conversation we need to be having right now. Would cow waifus have two... God, no, wait, no, stop, chill. Go back. We don't need to be here. So about the new Space Marine models, guys. You know the release of the old ones, yeah. Opinions? Anything? Clipped? Octosi, why are we here? This is exactly the conversation we need to be having. The world needs to know these things. What is the world learning here? What are we knowing now? What is being gained from this conversation? I like Bovusi much better. The old Space Marines have tiny little legs, bless them. they are very short. They're little guys. It's interaction for the algorithm. The Omnicide decrees it. I mean, I'll take it. I can't complain, but I can and I will complain. I think this is much nicer gold than silver. The silver's good, but the gold is just beautiful. Hey. Stitch incoming. This is how disinformation proliferates. We get supercuts of all of the worst things people say. I cannot read chat anymore. I'm going to get clipped to hell. I'm gonna get an interview for like a job at NASA, and then they're gonna go digging and they're gonna be like, we found some incriminating clips of you online. Can you speak to what you meant when you said this? What pinups am I looking? Oh, I haven't had a look at them. Hang on. I can't exactly look now because I've got this orange on the silver here, and it goes bad really easily, so I need to sort of work with it quickly. Do I not have any bright gold paints? I've got Retributor Gold, but the issue is it's got a shitload of white pigment in it. It's Citadel with white pigment, so it looks nasty as hell. So instead, I really like to use the bright silver and then tint it orange. What is the Lucy leprechaun? There's some scary inferences being made. Actually, I'll take leprechaun. Leprechaun is much nicer. I will go with that. I would much rather that than the original context of it. Are you gonna do the inverse of Mr. Hands? What is Mr. Hands? I'm scared. If I'm going to order at Vallejo, do it now. Evidently the strike is intensified. Oh, are people working at Vallejo on strike? Is that like I should be fine for paints for a while. So like I should probably be able to wait out the strike. Like things will go back to normal eventually once they like once demands are met, that sort of thing. Poor pay, unsafe work conditions, no harassment policy. I mean, yeah, it's understandable. Yeah, I should be fine until they're like until the strike is over and done with. I've got a big backlog of paint. So everyone sounds like Hawk to a girl. It's the perfect way to like I don't even know what Hawk to a girl sounds like. I've only heard the original soundbite of her saying Hawk to her. They need to be exiled for treason. Yeah, I think you you made some enemies with that one there, Smith. I wasn't expecting it to be that visceral of a reaction from everyone. She's hot, but no way could you do in that voice on a daily. Not even if she gave you Hawk Tour. Driver in Iraq was very clear there was no incestuosity in Alabama, that in Alabama they like stump breaking sheep. I don't even want to know at this point. Good to let the Albanians learn from the Welsh. And the New Zealanders as well, they also love that. One sec. I said I was gonna check this out before, so I'm gonna look at the STLs. Oh, this is game. Oh. I mean, they're fine. They're chill. There's some cool ones in there. Seem pretty tame most of the time. Yeah, I reckon most of these are pretty tame. Born on stream. Don't think I would be doing this. I'm scared that I might encounter something that I'm not meant to show. But yeah, these all seem relatively chill. Alright, let's go back to painting. Coward. Look. This is a child-friendly channel. This is a family-friendly channel. We do only wholesome content here. This is a broad and accepting community where we don't talk about anything inappropriate or show anything questionable on stream. Isn't that right, guys? Isn't that right, guys? Name of site? This was Aaron mentioned it. I think it was Aaron mentioned it before. It was Sizz Games, SYZ Games. It was pretty normal. We all hail Slanesh. No one is gonna report me. Child friendly is a stretch. Look, okay. It's okay to have aspirations. We're aiming for the broad community appeal. Let's go. Come on. It can be child friendly if we try. I'm sure. That's how families get made. Yeah. I don't think we're allowed to lean towards that here. Goat seat. Sunju. Sunju, come on, man. We can't just be whipping that one out here. No one enjoys that. Like, that's not even like Slaneshi levels of like DJ. That's just nasty. That's just bad. Not child friendly now. I like Babusi better. This channel is family friendly. Christian sex allowed. Yeah, okay. The only kind of sex allowed on live stream is Christian sex, and that's fine then. When mommy and daddy love each other very much, or have had a few too many. Mr. Hands is worse, but you don't know it. Yeah, I don't know Mr. Hands. I don't know if I have a friend who is like the same age as you, Sunju. He's only like a couple of years younger than me. I feel like he's like much more like same like generation of internet knowledge as you, because he's the one who told me about Goatsy, unfortunately. So I have a feeling he might know what Mr. Hands is. So I'm scared to ask him, but he might know, because I don't want to look it up myself. I think it'd be easier if I just have him explain it to me, so I don't have to look it up. Mr. Hands was like early 2000s. Well, I mean, Goatsy was also like early. Well, I don't know the era of it, but like it's not newish. But I don't know. It's just like the shit that pops up. Like shit pops up at different times. I don't know. Maybe I just managed to miss it. 2005, you were 1. Yeah, but like obviously you weren't introduced to it when it came out. Chill saying my age group, you're not 24. Yeah, no, but what I mean is like, because I feel like there's, in our generation, there are like a lot of, I feel like internet culture in our generation varies wildly over like a couple of years of age difference. Like it's weird because I have cousins and shit who are only a couple of years younger than me, who are also terminally online, and they just have completely different like internet culture. And like I've got a friend who he's like 3 or 4 years younger than me, and again it's just like the things that he's like in the gamer space, like same as me, but just like the shit that he was involved, like the internet things that he I guess was exposed to and grew up with are very different to the stuff that I was involved with at the same time. God, you were 11 in 05. Yeah, yeah, it's weird for me. I mentioned this last time as well. Like, I had to check someone's ID, And I saw they were born in 2006, and I was like, oh, okay, that means you can't buy this spray paint. And then I was like, hang on, 2006. Oh, shit, he's 18 now. What? Thought Sanji was your age. Jill's never seen a Wang video, and it shows. What do you mean by a Wang video? Wang is a YouTuber, covers stuff of that nature. Yeah, no, I've never heard of Wang. You know what he means by Wang video? No, but look, Francois, he's actually meant something different. He's not talking about penis. Francois gets it. Surely you're not just talking about penis. Also, fun fact, next generation are the first generation that are said to be dumber than the current one. Like, not even funny, haha, kids. Different than I was, therefore bad. Yeah, one thing that's really crazy to me is the fact that, like, kids now don't know how to type. Like, they just can't use keyboards because they're, like, being brought up with laptops, like, touch screens and shit. Or with like tablets and iPads, all that sort of thing. So they just don't learn how to type. So it's like this weird thing where like Generation X and Generation Y and Generation X was like where keyboards were becoming like more widespread. And so people from Generation X were like had to sort of learn how to type. And then people in Generation Y were like growing up typing, so they knew how to type. And then like Generation Z, I hate that I am a Zoomer, but we are like also we grew up learning how to type, but then it's like the later half of Generation Z / Gen Alpha and like going forward, these kids just do not know how to type. Like they've just they've lost tech literacy. And also they are losing internet literacy as well, because there's lots of things where like the internet ecosystems that they're in are very doctored. So they just don't know how to Google things and all that sort of thing. It's crazy. It's like how like kids don't understand what zip files are. They don't know what WinRAR is. In certain countries, of course, people raised them on tablets and thought that equaled computer knowledge. Yeah. Google's Zoomer chimp robot is a perfect depiction of Gen Z. What the fuck do you mean by Zoomer chimp robot? Your sister's a teacher, and because of schools not being able to hold kids back if they fail, there are multiple kids in her year that can't spell or do basic addition. Oh, okay. Crazy. Is that just like... Is that a relatively new thing in the UK? Where it's just they're not allowed to hold people back anymore? Because I have heard that being a teacher in the UK fucking sucks. Like, there is just zero respect. It might be okay in Scotland, I'm not sure, but I've heard that at least in England, it's fucking nightmarish. Where just, like, high school teachers will just shit on you constantly. There's zero respect, and there's just, like, they will not do as they're told. I've heard it is absolutely horrible in England. I don't know if it's the same in Scotland or... whatever, but yeah. Not sure how new, but it's gotten a lot more extreme now. You can't fail a kid, basically. Right. That doesn't seem particularly useful. Your sister teaches in Scotland. Yeah, is it, does she have a bad experience as a teacher over there, or not as bad? Because I've heard lots of very bad things about teachers, or what it's like to be a teacher in England, at least. Of course, we won't talk about American schools. Yeah, I cannot comment on American schools. There are certain... Yeah, I won't go there. I won't go there. I feel like I had a pretty good experience with the Australian school system. I reckon the Australian school system is pretty good. They got rid of special ed because it was demanding to the children. Or demeaning to the children, and now normal teachers need to balance a full class as well as a special needs child without any help. Oh, okay, right. She had an especially bad class last year. I believe this was better this year. She had a class of 30 with a few children who outright strangled others, and she wasn't allowed to even tell the kid off. Jesus Christ. Crazy. Spanish 1 is great for primary and high school, but the year or two you do before uni is actual ass. Oh, right. I know that Germany has something like that as well, where it's like, you do high school up until you're 17, and then if you want to go to uni, then you do an additional year, or something like that. So does Spanish have that sort of system as well? You lived in a ghetto growing up, so you don't know how school normally is? Right. High school, they got rid of home ec and a lot of shop classes because they needed money for football uniforms that they can only wear once a year. I see. You know handwriting is going south? Yeah. Handwriting is a tough one as well because, like, so many kids have just been raised on iPads and shit now. And schools are super keen to, like, implement iPads into schooling. Like, oh yeah, look at all this. We got this government funding. Let's get like 100 iPads, spread them among the lower grades, get these kids learning computer skills, but it's like you don't learn computer skills from using an iPad. 16 to 18, you have something called, I'm not going to even try that. Your average grades for those 2 years are worth 40% of uni grade, and then you take a final exam in a few subjects, and that's worth another 60%. Right. You want your young kids to play video games, get a Wii or something similar nowadays. That way, it's a family thing, not something that can take everywhere. Yeah, like, if I have kids, that kid is not getting an iPad. They are not getting a smartphone. Like, they are not getting a DS or a fucking, like, a Steam Deck. They're not getting a portable computer. Lucky you didn't have to do the big EVAU exams, as that was mainly for Spanish units, and since you moved back to Scotland. Right. Remember in school around 2017 when there were rumors of a school shooting? Was this in your area, Jesus? In your area? Wow, that's scary, man. American schools are really hit or miss. The local ones are mostly quality, but there's one trouble one. Had a Game Boy Advance SP when you were young, but you never took it out of the house. Yeah, I never had any portable consoles when I was a kid. It was like we had a PlayStation 1 for the family, and then we had a PlayStation 2, and then probably around 2007 or so, we got a family computer. And yeah, and then it was like 2011 or so, we got an Xbox 360. But yeah, it was like never a portable device. How you love the Xbox 360. Yo, yeah, when so because my parents got me the 360 for my 11th birthday, at the behest of my older brother, and my older brother picked the 2 games that it came with. And there was Halo Reach and Gears of War 2. Gears of War 2 is not a suitable game for 11-year-old me, but man, it was awesome. Got so many hours out of Halo Reach as well. Fucking phenomenal game. But yeah, I remember like the first time I ever played a game on the Xbox, it was on an Xbox Classic, because one of my friends from primary school was like a rich kid who lived in a gated community, and I remember going to his house one night for a sleepover, and his house had a fucking projector room, and we were playing Star Wars Battlefront on the Xbox Classic on the projector, and I thought it was the craziest shit ever. I was like, this is insane. I need an Xbox. And then it was, and I did not get an Xbox for many years. But yeah, no, it was, yeah. Like, it's like, so you just have those friends who's just like, this person lives such a different life. Like, this person is actually in a fucking gated community, projector for their Xbox and shit. Crazy stuff. Your first system was a NES. Yeah, I think the oldest console I've touched is the PlayStation 1. I remember telling your mum that if she got your Black Ops 2, you'd only play zombies. You lied. Yeah, I never played Black Ops 2. Only Call of Duties that I ever really played were Modern Warfare 2 and Black Ops 1. Actually, I think I may have played World at War Zombies at a friend's place. Yes, one was late high school for you? Right, okay, okay. The PS1 was fire. So many good games on that machine. Played the shit out of Spyro and Crash Bandicoot. First systems were Atari and the Commodore 64. Wow, okay, yeah, that is going back. Anyone Skylandering in this chat? I played a bit of Skylanders. It was aight. It was weird. Silent Hill changed your reality. I could not imagine, like, playing Silent Hill, like, back in the day when it first came out. That would have been fucking insane. Like, terrifying shit. Skylanders was your gateway to minis now that you think of it. That is a weird way of thinking, a weird way of putting it. Played Silent Hill at way too young of an age. What did Silent Hill release on? Was it PlayStation 1? Surely not, right? Thinking of Skylanders is bittersweet for you. You used to play it with your oldest kid and they're graduating next year. Jesus. Yeah, this shit goes fast. Like, I've got a mate who's had, like, he had a kid recently. And he's, like, the first of my friends from high school to have kids. And it's, like, it feels like it just happened. And then it's, like, I, like, saw the kid a little while ago. When they'd, like, he'd come into our shop to buy some stuff. And his kid was already walking around. And it was like, holy shit. I swear, this thing was just like an infant before, and now he's already walking around. Released on PlayStation 1? Right, okay. Yeah, I reckon probably my favorite console games from my childhood were probably on PlayStation 2 with Ratchet and Clank and Jak and Daxter. Those two series were so fucking good. Like, I think I played the most of Ratchet and Clank 3 and Ratchet Gladiator. Those were my main ones. And then it was Jak 2 and Jak 3 were fucking awesome. The racing game Jak X was also pretty good. Not as good as the others, though. The local Asian store would bring their son in and let him run around in a walkie almost ran you over a few times. It was hilarious. He was running the register last time you went in. That's really cool. Yeah, I feel like when you're a kid slash like when you're in like school and stuff and you meet people and they're like, oh, I knew you when you were this big. You're like, oh my God, shut the fuck up. I don't care. I have no idea who you are. But now it's like whenever I meet people and I've seen they've gotten like, and they've grown up, I'm like, man, that's crazy. Last time I saw you were like this big. And then I have to stop myself and I'm like, I'm doing the thing that everyone hates. Quite funny. You've become what you hate the most. It's so good though. It's really funny. Like I will happily become the monster. You're always like, holy shit, you're a real person now. Yeah, it's like, when did they spawn in? Like, at some point they go from being like this like creature to like a thinking person that like can express complex thoughts. It's like, whoa. Like, I understand they're a thinking person the whole time, but it's like there's like this point where they cross over into like, holy shit, I can hold an actual conversation with you. Like, I've had that with a few of my my younger cousins, where it's like they used to just be like these kids that would throw tantrums at the family get-togethers, and now it's like I'm talking to them about computer parts and games and stuff, and it's like, whoa, what happened? It's like, I understand that there's like this point where that's happened for me as well, because there was this threshold that I remember crossing where I would just start talking to my older cousins at family get-togethers about stuff. And it's like, this must be really weird for them as well, because now like they're having actual conversations with me. Stitch incoming. I'm doing the thing everyone hates. Look, Hang on. No, we cannot just make a... this is actual disinformation at this point. We cannot just, like... Hang on. No, this is fucked up. This cannot be real. Please. Cannot do this to me. You talk about politics with your cousin? Well, I guess we kind of do now. Yeah, I feel like talking politics with family isn't that big of a taboo in Australia. But I also have a lot of old people in my family who read physical newspapers. Like they get a lot of their information from the newspapers, which means that they get their information directly from Rupert Murdoch's butthole, because he owns, I think he might own 100% of the print media in my state and 90% of the print media in the country. So all of the legacy newspapers just follow Rupert Murdoch's talking points, and so it's hard to have productive political conversation with a lot of people in my family. But yeah, I know that I've heard that, like, in the US it can be quite fucked having like political conversations with family. So Rupert Murdoch is who to tag in the clips. Like, I don't think you're getting through to him. You can try all you want. I don't think you're getting through to him though. I don't think he'd give a fuck. By the way, Rupert Murdoch was our gift as Australia. He was Australia's gift to the US. You're welcome. We don't want him back. You've all but cut off communication with your siblings, but it's about more than politics. Yeah, I've said this before, but like, as a kid, I'd never really appreciated how good my relationship with my family has been. Because some people just don't have that luxury. So yeah, I did say this. This was when I mentioned that I had a good spawn. But yeah, it's I can't imagine what it'd be like to have a bad relationship with your immediate family. It's sad. Your nephew spent holidays with you instead of his dad, if that tells you what he's like. Right, okay, that, I'm getting an image. Okay, this is looking pretty good so far. Yeah, I think we definitely will want to add some detailing. Hey, oh, this is actually coming along really nicely now. Holy. Oh, that's actually going to be so good. Wow. So I'll need to do the knees, the toes, the cock piece, the flag. And then maybe get some little details on the fronts. But yeah, I think this will be really good. I might just do the this knee. Well, let's just do the knees now. We've been going for 4 hours. We can go a little longer. We can go a little longer. I reckon this knee, we'll do a red patch for the internal, and then external will be silver. Oh, sorry, external will be gold. Don't use that flag, I already have a flag on the base. I guess so, yeah, maybe. I'll do the flag last if I am going to do the flag. Air from the gun if I'm going to use it. Oh, that could be cool, actually, yeah. Yeah, because it would get cluttered underneath his body, definitely. Okay, so I'll just need to smooth this as best I can. Let it dry and then do another coat. Should be good enough for first coat. Just kill any bubbles in the corners. Am I painting Steven? We'll see. We'll get there. Okay, while that dries, let's get our base silver down. Because the thing is, he's not fighting against the, not necessarily fighting against Zangors anymore, so he may not even, Steven may not even go on there, we'll see. Steven was part of the initial plans when this was definitely an Imperial Knight. Ooh, I like the idea of. I was just thinking about other potential loyalist slash traitor knights that I could do, and a fun one could be trying to do an Alpha Legion one. Like, because I could try to go for like the paint shifting effect on it. And then on the chest banner, it just says Alfarius. I feel like that could be fun. Love the Wrath of Omegon effect. Is that what they call the like the armor shift? Is it Wrath of Omegon? Is that what they refer to it as, or is that a different thing again? You're playing Marvel Rivals? I played it a bit. I'm not a huge fan. I feel like it's better than modern Overwatch, but I feel like old Overwatch was better than Marvel Rivals. Yeah, but if it has an official name, that's what you've seen it called. I see. Okay. Yeah, no, it's really cool whenever people do it. I feel like it'd be a nightmare to paint, but it's really cool. Well, honestly, it may not be that difficult, but it feels like it'd be difficult to learn. But maybe once you know how to do it, it's not that hard. You've seen people use putty, paint the edge white, add light blue, and lightning streaks for the effect. As in, they just run like a very thin sausage of putty around the section where they're doing the phase, so that it has like a visible sort of section that defines where it is. Pretty much. Right, okay, that's interesting, yeah. I'd have to look into it. a decent bit. Because it seems like a lot of fun to try. One knuckle on the contemptor's hand is done. Now for the fingertip. This sounds like a painful experience you're going through right now. Yes and no. You already have a solid modeled finger, but you want it accurate, so you have to go in and remake every bendable area. Ah, okay. So it shouldn't be painful, but it, you want to do it justice, basically. What'd you miss? Not a whole lot. Hey, that's looking decent so far. Just let that dry. I might need to do one more coat on that just to smooth it out. Come back over here. Oh, do you guys... Yeah, that didn't look like it came through. Got some really big rumbling just then. Some good thunder. It's interesting because it's not even that cloudy outside. But the humidity in Brisbane has been fucking insane lately, so I'm not surprised. I have a feeling that we're probably going to get some more flooding this year. So we did have a lot of roads getting cut yesterday from the rain. So that'll be fun. Always exciting. It was at -6 a week or two ago. It's currently 13 somehow. Not sure why it's so warm all of a sudden. Mate, I wish it was I wish it was 13 here. That is that is nice and cool. What is it at the moment? It is like permanently. Oh, I've got weather turned off on this. Where are we? It's 28 degrees at the moment, so honestly it's pretty cool today, granted. But we're at 83% humidity, which is pretty, I think it might be, I think the humidity's down from what it was the past few days. But yeah, 28 degrees, 83%. So honestly pretty cool today. Celsius threw you for a loop. Celsius is the real, this is the real fucking temperature scale. Zero freezing, 100 boiling. Ta-da. Yeah, it's a scale that it's a linear scale based on the temperature of water. The difference between 5 degrees and 15 degrees is the same as the difference between 85 degrees and 95 degrees. It's good. (13°C where you are, chilly but not freezing. Yeah, like 13°C would be nice. I would like it to be 13. What are you doing up, pimp? You work the night shift? No, Smith. Sunju is just an irresponsible uni student. This guy just has terrible, has a terrible sleep schedule. Gonna flight at 5 a.m. when you think about you're getting yourself ready. Look, I guess you can sleep on the plane. You know Celsius conversion, but as an American, you're obligated to say more numbers equals better. Okay. Non-Americans lack the mental fortitude to measure temperature unless your system is divisible by 10. Shaking my head. Look, just because our system makes sense. Surely our system that only we use is superior. It gets cold enough. It got cold enough last night that your spinal arthritis was through the roof. Meds seem to be reducing those kinds of days, though. Yeah, yeah, that sounds like a nightmare. I do not want my body to start falling apart. It's fucked up. You don't live in water, you live in the air. The temperature of the air is what should be measured, not the water. Fahrenheit is not bad. Doesn't Fahrenheit have to do with, like, blood temperature or some shit? I'm pretty sure it does. Hang on. What is Fahrenheit based on? Hang on, no. No, never mind. Fahrenheit is just based on some random dude's scale based on an equal ice-salt mixture. And then he arbitrarily selected 30 degrees. Well, sorry, no, and then he decided that 30 degrees and 90 degrees. There's a free. Wait. Yeah, no, it's just. I'm dumbfounded. Why did this catch on? Fahrenheit chose the 0 point on his scale as the temperature of a bath of ice melting in a solution of common table salt. What? What? Based. A man was doing an experiment. He's like, this is it. This, look, I measured it. It was developed in the 18th century by Polish man. Yeah, and how did it end up in the US? And why did you guys end up keeping it? A scale that starts at 0, it's so genius you can't comprehend it. What do you mean? It doesn't start at 0. You can go into negative in Fahrenheit. At 0 degrees Fahrenheit, oh sorry, 0 degrees Celsius also, like, it starts at 0, you could say. Because it's, like, the 0 is just the freezing point of, of water. Because you can get negative temperatures in Fahrenheit, just like you can get negative temperatures in Celsius. Kelvin starts at 0, exactly. And Kelvin is just Celsius offset. Because Kelvin has the same progression as Celsius, it's just offset. Because Kelvin is just 0 degrees Kelvin is absolute 0. But absolute 0 in Celsius is like minus 256 or something. Absolute 0. What is it? 273.15. Yeah, so minus 273.15 degrees Celsius is 0 degrees Kelvin. But Kelvin a change of 1 degree in Kelvin is the same as a change of 1 degree in Celsius, I believe. Yeah, it is. (0°C is negative Fahrenheit. 0 Fahrenheit is 0. Hang on. Yeah, but that Fahrenheit is not the default. Zero Fahrenheit is minus 17 degrees Celsius. Yeah, exactly. I do not know what you're trying to say there, Francois. I'm sorry. Imagine needing made up numbers for your system to operate below freezing. All numbers are made up. Isn't a ton based on like a certain amount of corn? Please, please tell me you're lying, Aaron. I don't want to look into this. This is gonna fuck me up if we've somehow managed to tie the corn discussion back into this. No cornography. Is minus 40 where Fahrenheit and Celsius intersect? Because I know there is a point where they do intersect. Is that minus 40? Minus 40 F2C. Yeah, that is where they intersect, yeah. A ton is based on a large cask of liquid, which could be anywhere from 175 to 213 gallons. What? This is why we use metric tons and not imperial tons. Yeah, I much prefer the ton, which is 1,000 kilograms. That makes sense to me. Don't forget a butt ton or a shitload or a fuck ton. These are also good measurements. What, minus 40 degrees Celsius is minus 40 Fahrenheit? What you're saying is people who use Celsius can't count? What do you mean, Francois? Celsius is linear, where Fahrenheit is not exponential, but or is it exponential? But essentially, since Fahrenheit doesn't progress linearly, it means that there is a point where Celsius and Fahrenheit do intersect, and that's at minus 40 degrees. Because of my new family, you got to jump to buy Warhammer. Congratulations, Mark. Yeah, you've entered the fold. You now have a place to waste all of your income. Isn't a kilo the weight of a liter of water at a certain temperature? Yeah, a kilogram. Yes. So basically, 1 liter of water at room temperature is 1 kilogram. Because the metric system is all based on water to a large degree, or that it is largely based on water because water is in fucking everything. Water is like the universal resource. Like, could we say come within 12 nautical miles of America and say that, but it's so much more fun to say come within 675 blue whales of America and say what? Isn't the sun going to explode when you turn 16? Why is this going to happen, Mark? Why do you say this? If you count from minus 40 to 100 Fahrenheit, there's not a single missing digit, so how are you only at minus 17 Celsius when you're at 0? Decimals. Yeah, so because Francois, the difference between 0 and 10 Fahrenheit and the difference between 90 and 100 Fahrenheit is different. Like, the amount of change is different. Whereas the difference between 0 and 10 degrees Celsius and the difference between 90 and 100 degrees Celsius is the same. The value of each individual degree in Fahrenheit changes depending on what number you're at. Like, the difference between 30 degrees... you trying to say decimals is a better system? Sure. Yes, it is. I'm sorry. But knowing that it is much easier to mentally figure out that, oh, it's 10 degrees today, but it's going to be 20 degrees tomorrow. That's a, like, I don't know, just like... The difference between trying to, like, mentally map out the difference between like 20 degrees Fahrenheit and 50 degrees Fahrenheit versus 20 degrees Celsius and like 30 degrees Celsius or whatever, like I don't know what the Fahrenheit value equivalent would be. It just makes so much more sense when it's all the same regardless of the temperature. I'm not sure if if you're just trolling me or what, but this is I'm passionate about the metric system and about Celsius. Why don't we just use Kelvin? Because then all the numbers would be set like weirdly offset by 272.15. The numbers would be meaninglessly large. How is 1.154732229 easier to math than 1 plus 1? What do you mean? Because our starting point is not... We're not starting from Fahrenheit. We're starting from Celsius. You're under the impression that the Fahrenheit scale is in fact linear simply. The increment between numbers is smaller. Maybe? Fahrenheit's just set to human scale, so 0 is cold and 100 is hot. You guys are killing me over here. I don't get it. Kelvin tends to be more useful in the vacuum of space. Kelvin is generally only used by scientists because nobody in practical, like everyday life has any use for absolute 0. Because 0 degrees Kelvin is absolute 0. Kelvin's that good shit for calculating chemistry shit. You're borderline regarded. starting from whole numbers and you're making it more complicated with fractions while pretending that's somehow easier to math. Well, I mean, it's kind of like Francois. It's like it's not. We're not trying to math anything. It's just like, oh, it's 23.5 degrees Celsius today. Okay, that's pretty. It's pretty normal. Like there's no mathing happening. It's just like, it's just the fact that the difference between any two numbers in Celsius, like it's just the fact that the Celsius scale doesn't change depending on what temperature you're at. I believe we've gotten thoroughly away from the earlier topics, and thank God for that. There were some things said earlier which do not need to be brought back up. You're all for metric, but Fahrenheit's where you draw the line. Wait, hang on. As in you're all for metric, but you like Fahrenheit? .5, what the fuck is that? It's not as simple as a whole number. That's what it is. Okay. Sure. But I mean, people just simplify. They'll just say, okay, it's 22 degrees today. Because realistically, the difference between 22 and 23 degrees isn't significant enough. Like, it's not significant enough to matter. And yes, you can measure Fahrenheit in decimal. Why the hell is soda milk measured in liters and milk in gallons? Aaron, I'm sorry, I cannot comment on that. Everything is measured in liters over here. We do not have gallons. American mind can't comprehend being the same as the rest of the world. They need their funny measurements. Look, if they're not measuring distance in football fields, like Celsius is just scaled such that 0 is the freezing point of water and 100 is the boiling point of water, but last you checked, you're not water. Well, I mean, you kind of are. You're about 80% water. You don't have any plans to be boiled? Good, then don't go and get in 100-degree water. Not a good idea. But you do boil things. Also true, you do boil things. What temperature do you need to get the water to boil things? Been all over the world, Agent yeah.
I've been all over the world, Agent Smith. America is hands down the best country on earth despite its many flaws.
$100-degree water sounds like perfect bath temp. Okay. I won't stop you. 243 degrees to boil water. Look, that is so arbitrary. Always with the lies, Agent Smith. Look, I must say, guys, I have to apologize. I did not come into this stream today meaning to start a fight with all of you guys over in America. This was not my goal. It just happened. Look, if Celsius is going to be brought up, I'm gonna die on this hill. I'm fighting to the death here. I love you Americans, but goddamn. You know, water bubbles when you know, water boils when it bubbles. You're not out here messing with it. The most American statement. Look, it boils when it boils. I don't need to know what the number is. Contempt of fingers done. Now to parent everything so it can bend properly. Oh, right. Yeah, sorry, because you're sculpting it. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I really need to do more 3D stuff. Francois is indeed trolling. Yeah, I've had this feeling for a while that this man is just cackling to himself in his dungeon. He's like rubbing his little hands together like, ooh, they're so mad. I'm gonna say something silly again. You're in the bunker, not the dungeon. Sorry. Does the bunker have a dungeon attached to it, Francois? Have 2 dungeons, a basement, and a bunker. Man lives in an underground complex. Is this the last piece to paint? We're getting close. But yes, essentially it's just the legs left. I'm not painting the feetsies. I'll get to the feetsies. The feetsies are on the way. what army can have the most units. I would imagine probably Imperial Guard would have the most individual units. Nid's all gaunts list goes hard. Oh, true. Basically what I did to the exhaust. I did not do much with the exhaust, I'm not gonna lie. I might go back and do a similar heat effect to what I did with the melter for the exhaust when I'm going back and doing touch-ups. One sec, I'll show you what I have. One sec. Yeah, I barely touched the exhaust. I just did metallic. So I'll go back and, because I was going to do a heat effect like what I did for the melter. Have I decided what next night is going to be? I might do a couple of armigers next. I'm thinking the armigers will be done. Oh, that's quite nice, that chain. The armigers I'm thinking I'll do in World Eaters. Like pre-heresy World Eaters maybe. But yeah, this is all I've done for the exhaust. Like, I'm going to come back through, I'm going to use oil, like Nuln Oil and shit. And I did a little bit of heat effect on the top bit there, but it didn't come out that well. So I'm going to come back through and try to redo them, make them look a little bit better. Yeah, I definitely need to work more on this. There's another night that's over. Yeah, there are 2 Cerastus, 1 Questoris, and 4 Armigers. There's a lot to go. There's a lot to do. Okay, so we can turn this gold. But yeah, I reckon we probably won't go too much longer today. Armigers are easier, especially since you don't feel the need to freehand on everything. Yeah, I am definitely going to change my approach for future nights. I think my approach for this one has been fun, and I've learnt a lot, but I can definitely optimize in places. Like, I don't think I will be hand painting my panels anymore. Arcastus Knight at 2.5k? Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. You shall stay silent on the amount of nights you have to finish. I feel like this has been shared in the past. I will keep my mouth shut. Oh no, you shared the Titans, not the Knights. Oh, hang on. might get some buffering, by the way, because the rain is picking up a bit. And that always interferes with the packets when we're streaming. Knights their own separate army, or can you mix them with your Marines? They're their own separate army, although there is a degree of, you can do like reinforcements or something, or like allies, can't you? So you could run Space Marines with Knights. You just would lose bonuses. Hang on 1 second, I'll be right back. Okay, sorry. It was just raining quite hard, so I was just making sure the windows were shut. Okay. So, yeah, let's get back to this. Was it the Mechanicus or Knights that just got a new detachments focused on playing them together properly? I think someone earlier said it was the Knight Lance. The new codex might encourage more allying if it's anything like the Grutmus detachment. Yeah, I haven't played the game yet, so this is all interesting to me, but it ultimately doesn't mean a whole lot because I don't know what the current state of any of this is like. You gonna go to sleep? Righto, I'll catch you later, Muck Muck. Thanks for hopping by. We won't be going for too much longer here either. I'll pretty much just finish getting the gold trim done, and then we'll probably call it. Because we've been going for 5 hours now. I was planning on finishing about an hour ago, but I decided to do these knees as well while we were here. See, next stream will finish if there's freehand. If there's freehand, 2 more streams, probably. Yeah, it's midnight for you, so you're gonna dip. Enjoy what little time I have left to paint, and remember the early topics of conversation shall remain in the warp. True, thank you. Yeah, thanks for hopping by, Rebellion. I'll catch you later, mate. High AM as of current. Jesus, Sunju. Mate. It's the middle of the week. Yeah, I think the sword will be okay gold, and then we just leave the chain silver. And if we don't like that, we can always just turn the sword back to silver. But yeah, what do you reckon? I think that's pretty cool. I think we've made very good progress today. Have I played other war games before, or I'm just here to paint knights? Well, originally I was just here to paint Tau. That's how I got into it. But yeah, I have not played any war games before. Warhammer was my first experience with painting. But this is really coming together nicely. I'm liking this a lot. Yeah, I think this will be really good when it's done. Holy. Beautiful. Yeah, it looks so much better with the painted leg armor. Wow. So we just need to do this, maybe some little details for the panels on the legs. And then we'll be just doing our touch-ups. But yeah, it's coming along super well. I'm loving him. Yeah, I reckon once we get there, it's gonna be putting him on the base, which we've already made, and putting the shoulder pads on him, and then it'll be awesome, yeah. It's really cool. Okay, cool, awesome. It's just been a long time working on this fucker. Okay. Yeah, because then we've also got like the tilt shield that'll go on the front of him there. We've got the rocket pod that goes on the top, and then we've got the 2 shoulder pads here and here. And then was the base finished? More or less the base is finished, yeah. Which is this fella here. Like that. And so we'll get some OSL from the pink shit that he's standing on coming up onto his legs as well with the airbrush. But yeah, I'm really liking this. Okay. No sacrifices and gore anymore? Maybe not. We'll see. We'll see how we're feeling when we get there. Because it might... I'm worried that the base might end up feeling too cluttered. We'll see when we get there. But for the time being, at least, this is all that I'm going to do for today. I'm really happy with what we got done today. Actually feels like we made tangible progress. It's all coming together now. 12-hour stream for 1K. I don't want to commit to anything. I'm not going to say yes. I'm not going to say no. But yeah, I'm going to head off now. I'll catch you guys all later. Thanks for hanging by. It's been a relatively long one today, but we've done a lot of good stuff today. So yeah, I'll catch you all later. Bye-bye.